Welcome, everybody. Day two of the Porsche Owners Club competition here at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club. We are running on the phenomenal Charleston Peak full course, and great to have you all with us again in the Nevada desert. Pahrump, Nevada lies literally 30 minutes east of Charleston Peak in the Spring Mountain Range, and about an hour west of Death Valley. It is an absolutely beautiful area of the country with flat desert, high prairie desert, with mountains around it. But we've got a little bit of a different atmosphere today. As you can see, we have Porsches all over the place here as we are getting ready to go. And take a look at that temperature. It is brisk out right now as everybody is getting ready to go. And as you can see, that humidity is oddly up just a little bit. That happens every once in a while. But the action on the track is going to be furious here shortly as we are getting ready with, it's called the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series, and there are two race groups. There's the red group and the orange group. The red group is for the faster cars, the more powerful cars, and that is going to be our first session. They split it into two 15-minute sessions, but they just roll one right into the other. So it's not like a session ends and we stop for a little bit. So it's going to get going here. And this is going to establish the starting lineup for the red group race that will be unfolding just a little bit later today. Interesting, some great competition on the track yesterday. Greg Gorski in his spec 991.2 car. That's one of our categories. Qualified on pole and converted that into a win overall in the number 24. But as we're looking at some of the vehicles here that are getting ready to head out, there is the number 722 getting ready to go, and a few of the other cars. There's the number 100 of Anna Predescu. She was really quick yesterday, really solid run in qualifying, ended up qualifying third in class, fourth overall, and had a good run as well. But unmistakable, that car with the Liqui Moly sponsorship and graphics on it. That number 70 right next door, that was the guy who had a big win in the GT3 category, Brett Gaviglio. However, it did not come easy. He had Paul Wren, which is that car right behind him. That black car with the orange and red stripes, that was Paul Wren, and he was putting up one heck of a battle, keeping Brett Gaviglio very, very honest. And then another car that was right in it, last year's most improved driver, driving the number 683, the car we just went by there, Ryder Liu, young man, but really showing some speed. Interesting. That is the 824. That's Osei Apiaji, who had a good run yesterday. Look there at the number 7, Dwayne Selby ended up finishing fourth overall, having a really good run. The 641, Brian Van Noy, second overall in the race yesterday, and did a great job qualifying second overall as well. And looking forward to what he's going to be able to put up today. That's the Full Throttle Driving Academy car. You see he's got a little Tag Heuer logo on the side as well. And there's Dwayne Selby's car, the Vision Motorsports entry. Heading back up the order on the outside, there's the number 16 of Eben Bonatti. Great run yesterday, qualified fourth, fifth overall. Slipped a little bit, just a spot or two in the race to a sixth overall finish. Still not bad at all. And the 722, the purple car in front of him, Garrett Wesseling, qualified fifth yesterday, finished fifth overall yesterday. Looking at this great field of entries, and again they split the group, so there's, which is nice because this is a 3.25 mile long track, so it's got some space. But when you split the groups, it gives everybody even a little bit more opportunity to find that clear track and really throw in a great lap. Again, this track 3.25 miles in length, 18 corners, and the east and west sides of the track are fairly flat, but right through the middle of the track almost runs a couple of swells with rises and dips. And that is where the designers of this track put all the fun, fast, twisty bits. and it really is exciting. This track is just a joy, and that's one of the reasons it has become very, very popular. Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club, just on the south end of Pahrump. Good look there at the 683 of Ryder Liu. Finished second in points in GT3 last year, and as a result, was named the most improved driver in Porsche Owners Club last year. Great looking machine there. And man, he wheels it. And near the end of the race, he was putting a ton of pressure on Ren, the car right in front of him, and that forced Ren to put the hammer down a little bit and really start to pressure Gaviglio. And it's important, one thing to note here is whether you're in Orange Cup or you're in Red Cup, you are allowed one, and that is seriously, one set of tires for the entire event. And so you've got to make them last through 2 qualifying sessions and 2 races in the red group. You get 3 races in the orange group, and the reason you can still run 1 set of tires is those cars just don't have the power or the weight of these cars. And that's an important thing to note if you're just joining us, is other than the spec classes, and of course in this one we've got the spec 991.2, and there are a couple of cars in the spec 992.1 category, but those cars, you know, they're just spec machines. They're all running the same spec. However, they have a lot of power, so they carry some weight. Now, you look at Gaviglio's GT3 machine here. You know, that car, that is a 2003 Cup car, and they are still very powerful and thus a little bit heavier, so they chew through tires a little bit faster. And so that's why the Red Cup drivers get 2 races just because of the wear and tear on the tires. But boy, do they put on a show. Paul Barnes, we saw the lone GT2 machine. Now, he was involved in an incident with Brad Keegan. Paul ran wide after passing. Well, Brad had been chasing Paul, trying to get around him. Paul ran wide at turn 12 on the exit. The car spun, and right as Keegan was driving underneath him, it hooked and came back across. And that was well, it definitely ended the weekend from what we hear. He drives an 82 930 wide body, and the sound out of that machine was fabulous. But he's done for the day. I suspect Paul Barnes might be as well. Just having a look here at the side of Anna Predescu's car. She was 3rd in the spec 991.2 points last year. Getting ready to head out. All right. There you heard the signal from the grid marshal. These cars should be heading out on track very soon. Just as a little introductory course for you, in case you're just watching here today for the first time, the competition classes and groups within Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series, as I said, other than the spec classes, are power to weight, basically, is what we're talking about here. In the red group, which we're going to see happening here, you've got spec 9912, then GT1, 2, 3, 4. And again, it's all power to weight. GT1, no horsepower limit or weight. You can, whatever you want to do in that category. GT2, little bit less power and weight. Good fit is a 991 Cup car, potentially around 2,900 pounds, and that includes driver, and with a dyno of around 400 horsepower. GT3, for instance, is a bit less horsepower. You're talking about 340 to 360 on the dyno, and around 2,900 to 3,100 pounds. In GT4, I don't think we have any in there. Again, it's around 280 to 290 horsepower. The orange group, there's the Boxster spec category, which is 1997 to 99 Boxsters. That's a spec category, 2.5 liter motors. And open differentials. Now there is a spec 2.7, which is the 2000 to 2008 Boxsters and Caymans with 2.7 liter motors, and they also have a limited slip diff. Then there's a GT6 and a GT7 for some of the older cars. By far the biggest group of cars is the Boxster spec. There's a ton of those that are out there and running, and we'll see them when we get into orange qualifying coming up here. This is red. And you can see track a bit dusty. And so these first few laps, you're going to be blowing a lot of dust off the track. And it is, as we noted and showed you, it is chilly. And so the first few laps here, you're not going to have much temp in those tires. Sun's still pretty low in the sky, so even though the asphalt is black here, when the sun is at that low angle in the sky, it doesn't really pound the track with a lot of heat. That'll happen later as the sun starts to get up in the sky and have a little bit more of a direct. We had one car, watching one car go through there, and it looked like it was putting up some actual smoke. There's Anna Pradescu. That's her car that looks to be doing that. There's a little bit of dust, down in that at the bottom of these swells. Obviously the wind from overnight that's blowing the dust around. Yeah, her car's clean here. If you were watching yesterday, our on-site producer went out and changed some of the camera angles, and gonna be able to show you some fun stuff here. I love this. Here you can see that shot of the cars coming up. This is a really quick section of track, particularly for these fast cars with grip. In a couple of laps, when they start to really build some speed, that section of track so fast. And then we made a little change in this angle because this turn 16 that we're watching the cars flash through before they get on the brakes hard for turn 17. Really tricky piece of real estate. You come through 16 and it's quick, really quick. And then while you're still unwinding from that turn, you've got to get on the brakes, do your down changes, get the car rotated into a tight turn 17, and keep the car really tight to the right on the exit so you get a good run through turn 18 and onto the front straight. This is the turn 3. You're coming out of turn 2 in the background. And turn 3, you can see you're coming out of 2 and you kind of drop a little bit. Then as you exit 3, you literally climb a little bit of a swell. Turn 4, we're watching here, the second of the double apex turn 4 corners. Super tricky, downhill. All the way down, off camber at the exit, and then downhill all the way to turn 5. You can see the exit of 5 where it's still dusty, pretty slick out there. So for a lot of these cars now, this is their first flying lap, if you will, after their out lap. Boy, it is dirty right there at the exit of 9, isn't it? You can see those cars kind of wandering around all over there. You get out there where it's really slick and the car just sort of walks itself a little bit. It's amazing, isn't it? Like in the bottom there of Nighthawk, it doesn't look like there's any dust down there. It's so fine. And then a car runs through it and it just throws a bunch up in the air. And this is going to be great because this is out at Nighthawk in the background into the tightest turn and arguably the best overtaking spot on the track. And then you watch in the background, see the cars right there into the very fast 13, 14, 15 complex. Then this quick run through 16, brake while you're turning, and get the car turned in. And one thing, so, and you know, some of that and some of that real fine particle stuff that it's not easy for us to see laying on the track, that can also be the absorbent. It's oil dry, and it is really fine. And the reason for that is the finer it is, the more apt it is to picking stuff up. So some of it can be oil dry. You do have little bits of dust and debris on the exit of some of the turns, just to be expected in the desert. Ooh, Anna really pushing it right now. Brian Van Noy to the top at a 2:23.1 in the number 641. That's a spec car. Then Jim Salzer, second overall right now in his GT3 car. Well, and you know, we did have, you might be wondering, because it looks like this, you know, there's oil dry everywhere here. Well, we had a couple of cars have mechanical problems, and did put down oil, and it happened to run through long segments of the track. So nice thing is, whether it's dust or oil dry, once the oil dry's done its job and you blow it away, you're pretty much okay. Boy, Anna really cruising right now, doing a nice job. Still Van Noy quickest at a 2:23, but Anna Predescu goes through now at a 2:18.6, so now we're getting serious. Aaron Benatti goes through now, takes the quickest overall time at a 2:18.4. Dwayne Selby at a 2:18.8. Predescu at 2:19.6. Oh, and then Van Noy goes through to 2:19.4. Yesterday's pole sitter, Greg Gorski, hasn't shown a time, so he may not be running today. That's a nice time by Evan, running a 2:18.4. Qualified fourth yesterday, and right now, top in the order. At turn 5, this corner is the second best overtaking spot on the track. And one of the things that I love how they design this track is the two best overtaking areas, turn 5 and turn 12, both come after a really tricky corner complex. So if you can hustle somebody into a little mistake in that really tricky preceding corner, then that sets you up maybe for a nice pass. Now you can already see that oil dry is starting to really get dissipated. That spot right there, they call it Nighthawk. You see it in the background, and then you come down here in this run down into turn 12. That's a really great little change in direction. You come in, fall down to the right, huge compression at the bottom of it, and then grip. But you have to be careful as you accelerate up and over, because gets really light at the top of the brow when you hit the top of that swell. And that's what they're running through right there on that 13, 14, 15 complex. You can see in the background there, we have that shot of 16 and 17. You can see turn 18, which is the final turn. And if you exit 17 too far to the left, it's certainly over mid-track, and even there, you're pushing it. You can hear them when they're by themselves. Then there's a big lift as you get set up for 18, and that just kills your momentum onto the front straight. So when you exit 17, and again, we're watching here. We'll wait till we get there. This is a great look here. The off-camber exit at turn 4, and then down into 5. Really snug corner here, as you can see. Then you unwind it at pace. By the way, Dwayne Selby now to the top at a 2:17.2. And Gorski, he keeps showing up and then suddenly nothing. So Brian Van Noy is now second, quick at a 2:17. Here's the run through 8. This corner, 180 degrees, but it takes a long time to get through it. Really long corner. And then into 9, which is a fairly quick corner as well. And then up, here's Nighthawk. Drop down into it, get compression, but right there, if you don't breathe it a little bit, sometimes you'll get wheel spin. And then down the hill here into 12. Accelerate out of 12, and then you're up through this really fast complex of corners. They're in 13 there in the background, you see them. Into the dip, 14, up over the rise, 15, car gets light. If you don't get your turn-in angle, which you have to do blind, then you can really find yourself in a sketchy situation. And then here's the really quick 16. And then hard on the brakes, down through the gear. Stay as far right as you can on the exit of 17 in the background. You see, 18's kind of snug, so that's why you want to open the angle up as much as possible, and checker flag comes out. And at this moment, and again, if he's on a lap, it could still change, but Dwayne Selby in the number 7 has gone to the top at a 2:17.2. He qualified 6th yesterday. Now, he was second in points last year, so. And this is a new track for the series, particularly this full layout here in the Charleston East. So after a full day of competition yesterday, everybody in theory should be getting a little bit quicker here. But I'll tell you, Anna Pradescu in the 100, she is at this point 0.18, less than 0.2 of a second off of Selby's time. Now you can see how close that group is in the spec 9912 category. Jim Salter sitting 7th overall, fastest of the GT. He's the lone GT3 car in this group. Then Rennick Polly. Rennick in this group, our lone 992 machine. So it looks like Selby, at least in this group. Now remember, there's a second group that's going to just feed on as soon as all of the cars in this first half of this first 15-minute group get the checker. The next group just gets waved out onto the track. So we'll see if anybody can unseat Dwayne Selby. As soon as the next group comes out. But currently it's Selby, Pradescu, Van Noy, Bonatti, and Wesseling. That's your top group. Here you can see the red highlighted car, Jim Salazar, the GT3 machine. So as they get the checkered flag, and everybody will head into the pits from this first 15-minute split group, the next group will just get waved out. I want to take a moment to thank our 2 primary sponsors of this Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series Red Group, Kakoil and Yokohama, the two big supporters of this championship. And there's a look at turn one. And in the background, you should see the cars. It's a long, long pit in and pit out here. There they come. There they are. The first car is the blue number 70 of Brett Gaviglio, winner in his class GT3 yesterday. And again, now this group, they get a bit of a bonus. They don't have to be clearing off anywhere near as much of that oil dry. And, so they'll be thinking about it a little bit in spots, but they can actually start to pick it up. I see what happens right there. That guy, third car, I didn't catch who that was, heading down the hill. As soon as he got off of the racing line, you could see some of that oil dry still out there. That may have been Liu right there. I don't know it's going to be significantly warmer at this point, but at least the track will be cleaner. And, cars out on the track running, that puts some heat down into the track as well. There is. That's a really good looking car. Well, they all are. But I'm a little bit particular for blue, so get a car with blue in it. To me, it's always going to be noticeable, but just some of the graphic packages on these cars, fabulous. All right, here we go. Exiting Nighthawk, high-speed downhill run, hard on the brakes through turn 12. And in these chilly conditions, when it's kind of low grip, you might, carry a higher gear in spots. Remember, you've got to make these tires last. You've raced on them yesterday, and you qualified on them yesterday. Now you got to do it again. And so sometimes you just carry a little higher gear in these early laps, while you're still building temp in the tires and the like. Carry a little higher gear so that you're not putting as much torque load through the tires. And now this group will be starting its first flyers. And my guess is it'll be third or fourth lap where we're going to see the really fast stuff. There's Gaviglio heading down into turn 3. The exit of 2 in the background. There's Ren. You can see Ren runs a little wider line turning into 3. Gaviglio turns in a little bit earlier. Sometimes that is driver preference and car setup, And that can be determined where, when you turn in, how you turn in, and the like by, if a driver likes a little bit of just a smidge of understeer in the car, or if you like a car that's a little bit freer or looser, which means the back will rotate. It's just a matter of preference. Through turn 9. Now, first time up into Nighthawk at serious pace. Let's see how it looks here. Yeah, it sounded to me like Gaviglio was carrying a higher gear through there. Just didn't have the engine up near the same revs as Ren did behind him. You hear that? Ren really revs that 2007 Porsche Gaviglio in that 03 Cup car, a little bit less so. Whew. There you can see the speed you carried through 16 and how much you've got to get rid of for there's 17. Hear that little lift and then on it into 18. Here they go into turn 1, and let's see. Greg Gorski, apparently he was having a transponder issue because they've now inserted him in that first group. He was the pole sitter yesterday. Right now he's third behind Selby and Predescu. Gaviglio has gone to the top in GT3 over Salazar. He's turned a 223.3. Ren's best was a 224.0. Ryder Liu at a 225.5. But again, those are their first flying laps. So let's see what they did in this lap. And it's probably going to be the next lap after this where potentially they'll be the quickest. It's through turn 8. This corner just goes on forever. The entrance into 8, then you exit, and then you got another quick left-hander. So by the time you get through turn 9, those right side tires are plenty toasty. And now into Nighthawk. Yeah, more aggressive there for sure, that time by Gaviglio. You can hear Ren, the back end, getting a little loose. Boy, Gaviglio could use more of that entry into this one, like Ren is doing there. But Gaviglio certainly seems to have good pace. Here we come now through this really quick section of track. Gaviglio just really flowing here. All right, here we go. 16. Ooh, little wiggle there by Gaviglio. That tells you he's full push now. Ren a little bit more planted. Gaviglio onto the front straight. Let's see what he does. He had a 220.7. Ren now jumps to second at a 221.8. Waiting to see what Ryder Liu does. You'd expect him to make. He does. He makes a jump. He's at a 222.1. So it's Gaviglio, Ren, and Liu now your top 3 in GT3. Up top, still nothing of any significant change in the 991 class. I love the exit of this turn. You're just on the tightrope through the exit of 4, off camber, which means it's anti-banking, if you will. The corner falls away from you as you're accelerating through it, which induces if you're just flat, pushing too hard through there, when you lose the camber of a corner, you just start, the front end doesn't want to turn. It's just pushing like crazy. And so you've got to modulate your throttle through there. If you get it right, you can really roll some speed here. Report that maybe somebody had a bit of an off at turn 5. Sometimes it looks big, but it's actually just somebody dropping a tire on the exit. And when you're running in the desert and you drop that tire, it just throws that stuff up into the air. Just keeping an eye on the scoring here. Rennick Poly is in the 9-9 the Spec 9912 group here. He's just working his way up to speed. So's Thomas Stone. Got about 4 minutes left in this session here. Ooh, Ryder Liu, he just put in a beauty, a 221 flat. That jumps him past Paul Wren. We're keeping an eye on Ryder, just watching him go here, and he really threw down a lap. But at the end of the race yesterday, the last 3-4 laps, he was hounding Paul Wren. Wren lowered his best time by 1/10 on that last lap, but he's still 0.8 off of Ryder Liu. That was a great lap by Ryder. And Ryder Liu, you can see him right there. He exited 4 and is just backing off. There's Gaviglio. Still up top. He's about a second clear of Ryder Liu, who's 0.8 clear of Wren. And you can tell right there, Gaviglio's just sort of noodling around right now. And, you know, if you've got a comfortable margin over your competitors, and remember, you're on the same set of tires you qualified and raced once on yesterday, and you got to get through this qualifying session and a 10-lap race today. If you've got a nice margin over your closest competitor here, you might just decide, you know what, I'm just going to back out of it a little bit here. Interesting. These two guys running really close together. Generally, in qualifying, unless it's a track with massively long straights where you're looking for a toe, doesn't make a lot of sense to just be all over people in a session. Now, it might be that one of the drivers, it just didn't run yesterday or run much, and they're just looking to follow somebody around and just go, all right, am I getting through this corner correctly here? Just look at the speed that you enter 13 there. And as you get 13, it dips a little bit through 14, and that you can't, we just can't see the dip, but trust me, it's fast. It's very quick. And then you make that climb, and yeah, checkered flag is out. So checkered flag is out. You can look at the signboards around the corners as well. So we'll keep an eye here and see if anybody late going really puts one in. I don't think we're going to see that. Although I do have to say that on his last lap, Osei Apiaji in the 824 improved by 2 spots. So, all right. So that's qualifying for the red group. Done and dusted. Sorry. And now it is the orange group for Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series. In the orange group, the cars just don't have as much power, but they also don't carry the weight. And we've got a very competitive group of GT5 cars, but the biggest class of either of the race groups is Boxster Spec. And you'll see the BSR on the side of the cars. And we had some fantastic action yesterday. Just looking through my notes here, couple of guys to maybe keep an eye on here in this qualifying session. The 372 of Chris McDuff qualified third yesterday in the Boxster spec category. The 614 of Murray Wonderly qualified fourth. Chris Basin in the white 457, he won the second race yesterday and ended up qualifying second for the first race. I mentioned McDuff. And then Nick Kilnani, he put it on pole yesterday, won the first race, ended up second in the second race. So those are the guys to keep an eye on. We'll see who's in which group as they head out here. And also we have our GT5 machines. Phil Town won both of the races yesterday. Didn't run in qualifying and put on a hell of a drive in that first race to win it. Michael Greenberg was second in that race after qualifying second. And POC president, Porsche Owners Club president, John Momeyer, had the overall pole yesterday. Ended up finishing second overall in his number 5. So we'll see who's out here for this session. A lot less of that oil dry flowing up and into the air. Really enjoying, you can kind of see the guys that really sort of get it here as they come down into 12. They're the ones that move as soon as they can. They move all the way over and try and get those left side tires almost on that red curbing heading in here, like right there. Not bad. You can see the yellow car behind as we are now officially green, and this group's going to flash through. So now we'll start getting some times on this next lap. But if you want to be really fast, the key is you want to drive the widest radius you can through every corner, right? And you can see a number of the drivers down into turn 12, and maybe it's just, it was the first lap, it's a warm-up lap. But you want to use every bit of the track. Whoop. You'd hear that a little bit wide, and he turned in, and that first white and red car, he turned in, and he missed the apex. It was way wide on turn in, and then you could hear he had to suddenly lift because he was going to go right off the outside edge of the track if he didn't. Now down to turn 5. And the whole idea is that you open the arc up through the turn. So you, on the approach, say you're going into a right-hander, you want to be as far to the left side as you can, even up on that curve a little bit sometimes. And then you turn in, and they handily have marked by cones. You can see the cone there at the apex of turn 7. That's where you want to nick the inside of the corner. That's clipping the apex. And then you want to use every bit of track on the exit, because that's how you open the arc up. And whenever you're shallowing your entry or you're shallow on the exit, you're tightening the radius up of the corner, and you just can't roll as much speed. It's a matter of physics. So we can see them now. Everybody's starting to roll a little bit more speed through these areas of the track here. You can see this front group, those first two cars, how they move way over, used that curb on our right side, on their left, to open up their line of attack into the corner. And these two, you can see, they're giving away a good 6 feet. A whole car length, and that really tightens up your usable radius through the corner. We hear a little tire chirp. Boy, they are aggressive on their down changes here. I think that was the 225 of Alan Watts, that red and white car we've been following. Matthew Haitley goes to the top at a 238.5. Larry Haas is second, and Alan Watts is third. The first two are separated by about half a second, running 238s. Watts at a 240. John Krylo third. These are all Boxster spec entries. John Krylo third. Only 0.2 off of Alan Watts, so that's really close. And then only 0.4 behind Krylo is Alex Maslov, the 209. Oh, that blue car, you can see that. He turned in way early, and his angle was all wrong by the time he got to the apex, and you could see him just push wide and throw that plume of dust out there. Here they come through 8. This is such a long 180-degree corner, and then right into turn 9. I didn't catch the number on that white car, but I love the Brumos tribute livery on it. Bears some similarities as well to champion racing back in the day as well. Ooh, wide there. Oh, this section right here, as tight as Nighthawk is through the swell, this is just flowing high speed. You can see that white car turned in early on that blind approach. Now I'm keeping an eye out to see any big changes here. Larry Haas has gone to the top at a 237.3. Oh boy, talk about close. How about this, folks? Larry Haas in the 228 is on the provisional pole now at a 237.383. The margin back to Alan Watts in the 225, 6/1000ths of a second. That's over 3.25 miles and 18 corners, and they're separated by 6 milliseconds. Hatley is now third. Krylo is fourth. Watts hustling it there. Brilliantly liveried machine here. Red and white flashing through. So that's Watts. So we think it's the car. There's Haas. And talk about we've been, obviously we love the speed, but if you're a real racing fan, you love a great livery on the car. And that car, a Haas, That is carrying the old Miller High Life livery, that gold, white, and red. You remember back in the day, Danny Sullivan running it at IndyCar. And it also was on, I think, one of Al Holbert's 962 Porsches back in the day. Just an evocative livery. And he's driving it like he belongs right now. He and Watts, these two. Woo! Watts is pushing it. A little bit of that tire squeal here from those Yokohamas. Get a report that Haas has ducked into the pit, so Watts goes through. Does Watts pip him? He only needs to find 7 1,000ths. He got him. And by a chunk. He found almost a second, folks. Watts just uncorked a 236.3. That's 991, 9/10 of a second quicker than Haas, who's got over a second still back to Matthew Haitley and John Krylo. But Watts, man, and I wonder if Haas, his predictive onboard timer, he could probably see, now I'm not going to improve, so why torture my tires? And Watts clearly could see, man, I'm on a good one here. And it's always that little bit of a balancing act between how hard do you push, because, every lap you push hard takes, woo! I think that's Watts' message right there. Slow it down. Man, did he just have a moment. You can see the car wiggle. He saved it, but it just went way wide. But every lap that you are in full push mode, you take a toll on your tires. There's just, and so if I think the checker flag may have just come out on this group. Yeah, maybe it was a blue flag on the front straight, sorry. But when you know, okay, this lap is not going to be better, it was the checkered flag. If you know from your predictive, all right, this lap's not going to be there, ease off, Don't push it as hard, but keep enough speed that you keep the tires warm and sticky. And then as you come out of 18, mat it, get after it. But save your tires. Even saving it for, a half a lap or 2/3 of a lap can pay big dividends come the end of a race. Looking to see if anybody made a big gain. And at this point, Vivek Hazari, he's our only spec 2.7 entrant here this weekend in the 152. He's sitting 7th overall right now. And again, that spec 2.7, they're running, it's a car running the 2.7 power plant. Oh my goodness, right at the end here, Matt Hatley just flashed through at a 2:35.9, half second clear of Alan Watts. So the 401 of Matt Hatley in that gray Boxster, he timed it to perfection. I'm guessing he just eased into the tires. And then he uncorked one. What a job by Matt Hatley. I apologize to Matt. I've called him Hatley and Haitley. It's spelled Haitley. The Valley Motorsports entry, but great lap. Bill Watts second, Haas third. Krylo fourth, Brian O'Meara fifth. So as soon as all of these drivers get the checkered flag and get about a half lap around the track. We'll let out our final qualifying group, and that is the second half of our orange group for their 15-minute session. And in that one, we're obviously going to find out if anybody has got the pace of Mr. Haitley. And we're also going to see a great battle for the GT5 category between Vandershoot, Momeyer, Greenberg, and Phil Town. Kind of curious here about what the current weather might be and if that temperature has come up. And there we have it. It's come up by almost 5 degrees. And that's all a result, of course, of the sun just being a little bit higher in the sky. And that means that the sun's higher in the sky, that now the angle of the sun is able to start to put some heat into this track too. So second group has taken to the track. And again, it takes a lap or two in these cold conditions to get your the tires up to temp. And the thing is if sometimes you might think, all right, well, getting the tires, the reason you need to get them up to temp is just because that's what makes them, the hotter they are, the stickier they are. That's part of it, certainly. But the other part of it is when you do a setup on a car, one of the things that factors into that is your tire temperatures, because you set the car up to be at its best in terms of handling at a certain pressure for each of the tires. And, you've done your practice yesterday, you qualified, you've had a couple of races, and you know that here's the best tire pressure for each of the tires to get the max handling out of this car, right? You know that. And oh my goodness, look at this. Everybody jockeying for the best position here, it seems like. But anyway, what changes that tire pressure is temperature. It's a gas, right? Whether you're running oxygen, normal air, most people run oxygen or nitrogen because it's a little more stable and predictable. But the hotter the tire, the higher the pressure of the tire, and that has a big impact on the handling of the car. It's unsprung weight you're dealing with. And so you want, so when it's really cold like this, sometimes you actually have to start with a higher air pressure in the tire than you want to start with, because it's so cold that if when the tire gets hot and you want this level of pressure, if you start it where you normally might on a warmer day, that tire is going to be useless and you could really hurt it. So, woo, big wiggle there. You could really hurt it. And that's part of what we're seeing here on these cold tires. When you attack too early, grip's just not there, right? So you need to just ease into it. So on a morning like this, your first out lap, take it easy. Just push enough to start to get some temperature in the tire. Then that second lap, push a little harder. So that's why third and fourth lap sometimes are the way you want to go. But keep in mind, there's a little downside to it, is that, all right, so we've had to start with a little higher pressure in a cold tire, because if we go where we actually, as low as we want to go, the tire, we could hurt it. So what you want to do is sometimes you have to start with a little higher pressure. But that means if you started with a higher pressure than you would like to, by lap 3, 4, 5, now you could be over pressured on your tires. And if you're over pressured, and what that does, an over pressure in your tire, it causes the tire to sort of bowl out, and so suddenly you don't have the contact patch that you may want, and the tire also when a tire is overpressured, it's like the suspension, the unsprung part of the suspension suddenly is way stiffer than you want, and that can affect whether the car has push, understeer, or oversteer as well. So it's just so much that goes into dialing a car setup up, and that's what I'm trying to impart on you here is, that's why these crew members are so valuable, and driver coaching at the club level like this. To have a coach say, okay, here's what you want to do in your first lap, and here's what you want to do in your second lap. And the worst thing you can do, again, when you're on one tire for an entire event, is to go out in cold temperatures and push too hard, lock a tire up, flat spot it, or if you got a really low tire pressure, you can damage the sidewall. So there's a lot of things you got to be thinking about here. That's what makes racing so compelling. The racing itself, that high-speed game of chess, is fascinating, but you can't be a truly effective racer until you understand car setup a little bit, right? And how you've got to take care of things. So it's early times here. Nobody has yet gone to up to challenge Mr. Haitley. How much fun is it to watch this section of track and hear the cars get light over the top of 15 there? I think that second car is Phil Town. That white one with the wing, I think that's Phil. And Phil Town goes to the top of GT5. And Chris Basin and Kilnani jump to the top, first and second, and Murray Wonderly goes to third. 2:34.2 by Basin. Hatley's best was a 2:35.9. So it's Basin in the 4:57, Kilnani in the 2:27, McDuff in the 3:72, Wonderly in the 6:14, and then the 4:01 of Matt Haitley. In that order, it's Phil Town over John Momeyer, the white 948 and the green and yellow number 5. Then Aspazio Zoras in the 2:16 is third in GT5. And Carl Vandershoot in the 96, nice, easy first full time lap. There's Phil Town. I think that grayish car is Vandershoot. Right there with the wing. There's John Momeyer as he flicks through. Here's the run out of 12. You can see the speed they build, and they float in up over that first rise, down into the dip, and then up over the really steep rise here. Here we go into 16. All right. Phil Town goes to a 2:30.2. The top GT5, and Vandershoot, indeed, that gray machine, goes to a 2:32.0. Momeyer, slight improvement at a 2:35.7. Jackson has dipped into the 232s at a 5.82. '69 Matt Hollander in Boxster Spec jumps up. Well, he was in 5th, and Ryan Moore in the number 917, the 917 that has that beautiful Gulf livery. He's now 5th. Vivek Hazari, that 241, obviously he was out in that first group. But Town Vandershoot, Aspasia Zoras just put in a nice lap at 2:34.6, takes 3rd. There's about 5 minutes left in this session, so time for a couple more laps. Remember, if the checker comes out and you've already gone by start finish, your lap continues and counts. I love that little sound of the car getting light, a little bit of wheel spin at the top of these rises. It looks like Phil Town may have decided I'm done pushing. He was just tiptoeing through Nighthawk, and understandably, he's got 1.8 seconds over the rest of the GT5 field, sorry. Woo! That was throwing it into 16 there, and you can see, look at that, way wide, super slow, and now he's got no kind of speed out of 18 either as the checkered flag comes out. But, you know, that's how you learn as well. Sometimes you just have to exceed the limit a little bit. And you find out, okay, what happens? I push too hard. This is going to change my dynamic up. Okay, Kilnani has gone to the top at a 2:32.5 in Boxster Spec. Ryan Moore, that last lap, jumped to 4th. That pushes Murray Wonderly and the rest of the group back. Kilnani, Basin, McDuff, Moore, Wonderly. That's your top 5 in Boxster Spec. Carl Vandershoot on his last lap took a half a second out of that 1.8 second deficit, so he was able to dip into the 231s. And Aspasia Zuras is still 3rd, just a tick in front of John Momeyer. So it looks like everybody has taken their checkered flag and are just cooling down and heading into the pit lane. A quick reminder, we've got about a 50-minute break in our coverage here on DriversEye Live. And then we will be back, of course, with the first of our 2 races on the day, the red group race for the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series. There you can see our scheduled start time for that, 9:55 local, 12:55 Eastern, depending on where you might be watching from. Then after that, we'll have after that red group race, we'll have a short break, about a half hour, and then we'll have our final race of the day, the final on-track action we'll be covering here on DriversEye Live, which is the Orange Group race. To wrap up this great weekend of racing here at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club for the Porsche Owners Club. Again, this now its 71st year. Celebrated the big 70th anniversary last year. 71st year Porsche Owners Club. And boy, do they get to race on some fun tracks here, primarily West Coast based, and some absolutely amazing tracks to run on. And this one, the Charleston Peak full course, pretty darn special as far as I'm concerned. All right, it's going to wrap things up. Again, give us about 50 minutes. We will be back with you at 9:55 local, 12:55 Eastern. We'll see you then. Welcome, everybody, to another glorious day here in the Nevada high desert. We are in Pahrump, Nevada, about 30 miles west of Charleston Peak in the Spring Mountains and about an hour east of Death Valley. And we are at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club, and we are getting ready to go with the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing final red group race of this event. Can't wait to bring it to you. It should be a lot of fun. Great to have you with us. I'm Greg Creamer, and this is all part of our coverage on DriversEye Live. And our sponsors are Qual and Yokohama. And big thanks to the producers. You see there, Dustin Hollis. Let's take a look at the temp. When we started today, it was right around freezing here. It is desert, even though it's Nevada and it is winter. Temperature now has climbed by some 12 degrees. Humidity has dropped. Very little wind. And no chance of rain today. Yesterday's activities, we didn't even see a cloud. And we might be in for the same today. Watching some of the cars getting into position here. And as we get ready to go, first and foremost, just a quick mention, the red group is made up of the spec 991.2 category. We also have a couple of cars running in the spec 992.1 class as well. And then we have GT3, a number of GT3 cars that will also be out there. And actually, the GT3 drivers put on a stunningly good show yesterday. So really excited about bringing you that. But here we go with some of the other cars. There's that beautiful Liqui-Moly entry. And there's the number 7, a Dwayne Selby in a pretty good qualifying run up near the front. Again, these are the faster of the two groups, the red group and the orange group. These cars are the quicker of the two. And as a result, their race is 10 laps or 25 minutes. In a little while, we'll be back with our coverage of the final race of the event, the Orange Group race. And those cars run 8 laps or 25 minutes. But these cars, by design, it's just the category of car, quite a bit more powerful, but also carry a fair bit more weight. And that keeps things interesting as well. There is Greg Gorski in his number 24, won yesterday's race from pole. All right, so let's bring you the starting lineup for this final red group race. Dwayne Selby starts on pole in the number 7, alongside Anna Predescu in that Liqui-Moly 100. Greg Gorski, yesterday's winner, starts 3rd in the 24. Brian Van Nooy starts 4th in the 641. Eben Benade starts 5th in the 16. Garrett Wesseling starts 6th in the 722. Thomas Stone in the 28 next up. And Rennick Polly starts 8th in the 299. Brett Gaviglio on pole in GT3, the number 70, along with Ryder Liu in the 683. Then in row number 6, 30 in GT3, the 787 of Paul Wren. Jim Salazar, 4th in GT3 in his number 10. Starting 13th, Osei Apiagi in the number 824, alongside the 14 of Mick Janoschak. That's the 939 car in 14th. And starting 15th, Scott Matz in the 707. And that is the GT3 class. That is your starting lineup. You see some of these beautiful machines here, as that's Rennick Polly in the 299. There's the 722 of Garrett Wesseling. Just remarkable graphics here. Some of these cars. There's the beautiful Liqui-Moly entry of Anna. And he qualified 4th yesterday, 3rd in class. But going one better today, she will start 2nd overall. All right, 3 minutes. You hear the call from the chief of grid right there at the sharp end of things. They're getting ready to head out on course for this 10-lap race. And one of the things I want to point out is, turn 1 And when we get a shot of the entry to turn one, keep in mind that from the start stand where the green flag flies, it is half the distance that you would have from the exit of the corner leading onto the start-finish straight, which is turn 18, right? And so on the start, when the cars have to maintain a certain speed till the green comes out, you can make an outside move into turn one, which normally would be very risky if you were at full chat coming out of turn 18 and down the front straight. That would be really, really sketchy to do, to try an outside move. But because you're half of the acceleration and you're coming up to it probably around 40 miles an hour, that acceleration, you've got enough stick. Generally, if you've done a nice job on the pace lap of getting your tires up to tip, to maybe try an outside run. Now at 42 degrees, I'm not sure I'd give that a try this morning. Maybe when the orange group comes out, because grip is grip. Oh, temperature's actually up a bit now to 48 degrees. So we just got that update, and that's still a little sketchy. Under 50 degrees, tires and track takes a little bit to get some heat in them. But again, if you're really aggressive on your pace lap, you might be able to make that work. Now, keep in mind, this will be, for these cars, the fourth session on these tires, and that doesn't include any practicing they may have done, right? So they've got plenty of use already on these tires, and so you've got to just kind of be mindful of, all right, will I have the stick to try something like that? We saw it done twice yesterday. People on the outside of the front row just sweeping around and into the lead. But we'll have to see how it plays out. And again, with these low temperatures, this pace lap becomes extra crucial because, once again, you've got to get your tires to a certain temperature where the pressure inside them is where it should be for the setup on the car. That's pretty critical. And in these cold conditions, and keep in mind, I mean, it's only 10 o'clock out there right now, here in the desert in the Pacific time zone. So the sun's still not that high in the sky. So the track isn't really absorbing that much heat yet from the sun. So it's all these little things that you have to be considering here. And the best thing you can do is just make really sure your tires and brakes are nice and warmed up before you come up and take that green flag. So you'll see a lot of bobbing and weaving, but also one of the things you want to be doing is accelerating and then braking. Accelerate and brake, because that, if you can get the discs super hot on these cars, that heat radiates up through the wheels, and then you heat the tire inside out, which is a far better way to heat a racing tire than to just put a huge amount of surface temp in it. Because if you overdo it or you heat it too much that way, then go and push really hard in a lap, you can start to blister the tire. So, and there will be a split start. We will have the Spec 991 cars up front, and then the GT3 cars will get their own start. So here's the field. See the background, the exit of turn 2, and this is turn 3. And here comes Paul Gaviglio, our winner and pole sitter in the GT3 Cup. In the background is the 991.2 spec machines. Make your way down to turn 5. There is Mr. Selby. There's Ms. Predescu. And the rest of their group coming through. That's turn 7. You're coming through a really fast, high speed. It's like a lazy S, if you will. Really fast, but it's up and over those swells. If you've been with us, we've been talking about how this track on the east and west sides is pretty flat, but right through the middle of it are two swells with rises and dips. And thankfully, the designers of the track put a lot of the fun, fast, twisty bit, challenging stuff right on top of those swells, which makes it just great. Like here, great example of dropping down into the swell, climbing up and over the next swell. And they also did a nice job of generally trying to put those apexes on top of the swell with a completely blind approach, just for fun. All right, here we come out of the turn 12, which is the best overtaking area on this track. Turn 5 would be a pretty close second here. And this is where they start to try and get paired up a bit. Look right here. This is another one. This is another quick run through these swells. 13. See that little rise down into 13, then the dip at 14, and over the top here into 15. In the background, you can see the GT3 group getting set in side-by-side formation. This is turn 16. And into a very fast turn when we're at speed into a very tight turn 17. All right. 10 laps or 25 minutes. They generally always try and give you 10 laps, if at all possible. So here we go. Watch for Anna on the outside. See if she decides to try something as the field is coming up. Starter has the flag in hand. And wait for it. We're green. We are racing at Spring Mountain, and Anna decides just to tuck on in, and Matt shuts the door aggressively on Brian Van Noy, who maybe had some designs on trying to sneak underneath her and take that spot away, but she covered that beautifully. Still is, and Van Noy just almost straight lining to the apex, and that's still very dirty there. And you can see the plumes of dirt and debris coming off his tires, and he wisely just checked up. Oh, a really wide line there. That's weird by Selby. Oh, and a spin right at the back of the group. That could be either Thomas Stone or Evan Bonatti. Couldn't quite figure out who that was. And they have been able to gather it up and continue. We watch our overall leaders, Dwayne Selby slicing through. Here comes our GT3 group. They're coming up on the back of that car that spun. That's getting going again. It might be, I think was Thomas Stone. And meanwhile, good start as Paul Wren has snuck around on second qualifier in GT3. Paul Wren got around on Ryder Liu. Liu threw in a really good lap late to steal that second spot away, but Wren has wrested it away already. Here comes Gaviglio in the blue car, then Wren in that black and yellow, then the green and yellow of Ryder Liu, then Jim Salzer and Mick Janoschak. They're working through turn 9. Here they come. A little hot there. Managed to get it woed down, but that's going to slow them. It's an opportunity for the following car, those two white cars in the background. Yeah, the one's trying to protect, and the other one had to check up. Could not make it work. That's a shame. That's Scott Matson and Appiaggi having their own little scrap in the background there. Uh-oh. Boy, Liu dropped back suddenly quite a bit in that green and white machine. He was right there. He was all over the back of Wren earlier and now has dropped away. See what the margin is. That's a second and a half that Ryu lost. His lap was a 2:25.7 to the 2:24 flat of Wren. Now, Liu may have just had his car set up a little differently, where he requires a little bit more time to get those tires up to temp. And he was really fast late in the race yesterday. And you can set your car up to be fast early. And you can, all right, here we go. Look at this scrum. Great stuff here. And Predescu, that's for our overall and spec 991.2 battle. And Predescu sits there in second. with Gorski right behind, then Van Noy, then Eben Bonatti. I'll tell you what, that group up front, that is tight as well at this stage. Yeah, look at this. And on that last lap, Gorski turned to 2:19.9. The only guy, he's third. The only guy quicker was Selby, Anna Pradescu, at a 2:20 flat. Boy, I'll tell you, the top five here, you can throw the old proverbial blanket right over them. As they went by start finish, the entire top five covered by 1.7 seconds. In the background there, well, I'll tell you what, didn't take long. Liu's cars, really too hot. That was Gorski, and I think what he did was he clobbered the inside curb pretty hard at 16, and it just unsettled the car, and it skated straight sideways. He did a brilliant job to save it. I think he may have lost a spot too. Nope, he's still there. No, he did lose a spot. Yep. Yeah, that's Van Noy has picked his pocket when he got all squirrely there in 16. And Van Noy now moves up into third. So he's going to be the one trying to figure out a way to get around Anna Pradescu here. And Anna's lap was at 18 flat last time to Selby's 17.7. And Gorski with that bobble was at a 2:18.6. Doesn't take much to cost you a chunk of time here. Yeah, Ryder Liu, after dropping back a second and a half in GT3, is now only 4/10 behind Paul Wren. So that battle is another good one. But wow, this scrap yesterday, the leaders in the overall and in the 9912 class just sort of checked out a bit, but that is not happening here. They are staying very compact here. Oh, and you can see Pradescu. Oh, she moved over to defend, and it was pretty obvious. Van Noy, he wanted to come up along the outside, and that got him off of line a little bit. And Greg Gorski now started to mount an attack, but Van Noy thought he could get to the outside of Anna, and then she sort of drifted back to take her line, and Van Noy had to check up, and that cost him that little bit of momentum. And yeah, these cars have a significant amount of horsepower, there's no question. However, it's a spec class, so they're all running almost identical horsepower. So that absolute keyword momentum still plays a huge role. And if you have something that costs you some momentum when everybody else around you has the exact same kind of car, you're going to lose ground. Ooh, Van Noy wide there. Gorski looking to do something as they shoot out of 3 up into 4. Did he get through? He was alongside, but he was on the wrong side as they got to that fall away corner here. Now it's going to be a braking duel. They're still side by side, but Van Noy has, and again, Gorski just pushing too hard. He got off of the racing line where there's still a little bit of that dust out there, and you can see the car just snap sideways. So now he's got to gather himself up. Sometimes, that'll get you off rhythm. It'll get you out of sync a little bit. And you really, at that point, you've just got to calm your nerves and go, okay, let's get back. So, 2 aggressive moves. Gorski went from 3rd to 5th by trying 2 aggressive moves here. Meanwhile, in that GT3 category, racing there remains really close as well. The margin between the top 3 in that class, 0.7 of a second. So really close. About the same as we're seeing here. So we've got great battles going on. Basically a 5-car battle for the lead in overall. And so you can see how close this one's staying here. And really tight here. Love this. All right, onto the front straight we go. And this time Selby has opened it up just a little bit. Yep, he found a little bit of time, and he's got about 6/10 now back to Anna Pradescu. And Anna, again, she feels the heat from Van Noy, so protects a little bit on the entry to 3. And let's go pick up what's going on in GT3. And as I said, it's equally good. And this was sort of the pattern we saw yesterday when we were watching and seeing Ryder Liu wasn't quite on the pace early, but then got 3-4 laps in, and man, he started to find some speed, and that's right where we are. And I think he's just got his car set up. Takes it a little bit longer to come good, as it were. So he probably starts with a little bit lower tire pressure than the other two. Let's watch them here on the exit of 4. Falls away, off camber. Ooh, look at him. Liu's got to run. He's thinking about it. Can he out deep him? This is a braking duel. Wasn't close enough. And when you make that move, when you go to the inside, remember, if you stay there, you tighten your radius up on the entry into the corner, which means you can't carry as much speed into the corner. So you either have to have the pass done where you trap that guy on the outside and then can out accelerate. Otherwise, your best play is to just tuck back in and not lose the time. Boy, are they close. This is just wonderful stuff. This is a sort of rinse and repeat from the race yesterday. Just great stuff. Here we go. Ooh, this time didn't look like oh, Liu got through. Liu got through. So Ren now has slipped back into 3rd. And you know what? In the race yesterday, it was with about 3 laps to go where Liu really found speed. He found it a good 3 laps sooner. So he's got an opportunity here. He is looking incredibly quick. Ooh. One thing I've noticed about Gaviglio is he tends to turn in early. And I think Liu might have something he could do about that. Filling the nose there. Yeah, he's being aggressive. And he's just trying to hound him into making a little bit of a mistake. Here's the exit of 2. Let's see if Paul defends with a shallow entry again. No, swings it out a little bit this time. And this is where Liu had a really good run a lap ago and almost got through on Ren here. Did he get, it's not as good. Ooh, but he got, see how early Paul turned in? I think Paul's car's got a nice little bit of, he seems to have some really low-end pull, low-end torque that's really working. Oh, look at this. That is, again, Anna Pradescu under attack, I think, from Brian Van Noy. All right, there's a yellow flag waving. There's a car that's just off track. But still, whenever there's a car off track, even if it's near the track, you get a yellow flag there. And when a yellow flag means you cannot pass from the point of the first yellow flag to the incident or the parked car. And Gorski has been able to get back around him, Benatti. All right, here we go. Look at Liu. Boy, he's got Gaviglio defending huge. Ooh, Gaviglio overshot a little bit, but Liu couldn't get it turned. But Ren, what a move. Squares up down to the inside, goes to the throttle, and he's in a great position as they head into the S's here, and he's through. No, he got the door slammed by Liu. I thought he was there, and Liu very firmly said no and shut that door. But what a great opportunistic attempt by Paul Ren. Boy, and I guess when Liu shut the door, it just really caused Ren to lose momentum. And now he's got to, boy, this is going to be fascinating to see what Ren's going to have. Yeah, Ren just turned a 2:24.6. The other guys, Gaviglio and Liu, were 2:23.6s, so that cost Ren. But you got to try the move, man. You've got to try the move when you get an opportunity like that. And Ren, it's not taking Ren long to reel him back in. And I think behind Ren, you can see him back in the distance a little bit. I think that might be Jim Salzer. Oh, here we go again. Liu gets through there. Gaviglio goes to defend, and again, Ren taking an opportunity. He's got a shot here. He's a little bit too far back. But those two are playing almost the exact same game. It's through 6 and 7, really high speed, sweeping S's. You enter 6, and it's a fast left over a swell and then drops into 17. Meanwhile, back to the overall lead. Ooh, the big moment there as Selby got in hot, and I thought Anna might have an opportunity, but Selby was able to hang on to it. But, you know, not that long ago, Selby had a lead of almost over a second on Anna, and that's now down. And Gorski has snuck back around on Van Noy. So Gorski early on lost 2 spots. Oh, and here we go again. And this time, Ren, look at him. He could just drive right around the outside of Liu. Oh, but he pushed too wide, and he drops the left, and that's going to kill the momentum as well. Oh, what an effort. These guys, what a scrap they're putting in. But as I was going to say, we watched early on when Greg Gorski in the Spec 9912 category, yesterday's winner, pushed really hard and lost 2 spots and went from 3rd to 5th. Well, he's back into 3rd with 3 to go. And the one thing Ren knows now in that 3rd car there, in that battle for 3, that black and orange car, he's got speed, he's got pace. Because every time he gets balked like that, it takes him no time at all to run these guys right back down again. But Liu, again, continues the attack all over Gaviglio. And remember as well, this is the 4th session for these guys on these tires, right? Oh, that's Anna Predescu has gone around. I don't know if she had help or whether that was just on her own, but now, boy, if she can't get that restarted, she is right in the middle of the track. All right. So, yeah, and again, Liu just looks really quick, and Ren doesn't. So I think it might be Gaviglio, and it may be a simple case that Gaviglio, his tires are just in slightly worse shape. And we get a report that Anna got it restarted and has driven away. So that's great to know. And here they come. They have a pretty quick car behind them. I'm not sure who that is. I think it's one of our early cars that spun. So that car could really affect things if it gets up and mixes it up. Hopefully it'll be respectful of this great class battle. As they head down, and again, look at Gaviglio defend. You trying to pop to the outside to get a little bit better exit here. Well, he got it pointed in the right direction, but yeah, it's not quite enough. Looking really strong through there, and again, we've only got a lap and a half to go. 2 laps for, I think, our GT3 group here. Boy, Gaviglio turns in early. You can see Lou just gets all over the back of him. He stays so much further right at the exit of 17, gives him a great launch through 18, and it allows him to just get glued to the back here. Oh, really close quarters. That looked like Gorski trying to go around the outside of Van Noy. And Evan Bonatti was right in that mix as well. Boy, there's no rest for the wicked in this group here, that's for sure. All right, here we go. Oh, inside out, back in. Huge late lunge by Gorski. And he somehow got a turn. But look at this move. I think that is Van Noy squaring up underneath. Watch for him here. Something's got to give. And Gorski in the lead. What an eventful roller coaster race it's been for him. Not just in terms of this track, but his position. Let's see how they have sorted out here. Obviously, Anna, she's still in position, but she's way back as the white flag flies. And it is Gorski, Van Noy, Selby, Bonatti. And then a long ways back will come Pradescu. One thing you know, Van Noy's not going to go quietly here. Oh, turning in really much more aggressively than Gorski. And I think, they've seen Gorski make a couple of moves that weren't on it. Gorski completely missing the apex down there this time. And Van Noy is going to be in absolute attack mode on this lap. Oh, Gorski, look at the black tire marks. He left that rear end just snapping around. Yeah, Gorski's car looks a little loose. Those rear tires, I mean, he's had to drive the wheels off, probably the tires off that thing to get it back up into the lead, and those tires might be well past their sell-by date now. And Van Noy, best thing he can do is just hound him. Just hound him. GT3 cars, that battle has taken the white flag as well. So on our last lap, oh, look at Van Noy trying to open it up, straighten his acceleration point. He's just trying to do everything he can to get a good run down into here, and he's got one. Is he close enough? No. He wants Gorski to make the mistake. And Gorski absolutely planted that time on the exit. This is it, heading up last few corners to the checker. Gorski a little wide in the apex there. Hey, we saw Gorski going way too hot through here once. That time looked really nice. Defends. Ooh, he can be really slow through 18. Is this going to give an opportunity for Van Noy to take a run to the flag? Checkered flag is waving. No, Van Noy couldn't do it. And Gorski, 3rd to 5th to the win. Whew, and here is the GT3 battle, and that lap car had to get in there and mess this up. Oh, that's frustrating. Ren clearly felt the effects of that worse as he has dropped way off. And Liu is just, I'm sure, going apoplectic right now, going, get out of the way. And of course, Gaviglio's loving having this car here. So that car's got a lot more motor. Get up and get by him here. Let these guys race. Well, and that's Gaviglio may well have needed to just breathe it a bit to let that car through. Yeah, look at Liu. He is really close. That little bit of a breathe has given Liu his last moment. There he is. Look how close they are. Ren, he's going to need a bit of magic here, but Liu, he's got opportunities. Just got to get out of 18. He squares up, comes down the inside. Did he get it done? Oh, at the line. He was alongside the door handle of Gaviglio's car. Let's see, margin of victory, 54 one-thousandths of a second. What a final lap. That was just crazy. I think that may have been Garrett Wessling that got in and amongst them. And I understand he's got a faster car. He wants to pass some cars, but man, you got a battle like that and you're on their last lap. Let those three battle. Woo! Wow. You know, I was really wondering to myself last night afterwards going, you know, are these races going to get better than what we had yesterday? Well, yeah, buddy. That was both classes. I mean, for what, 2/3 of the race, the spec 991.2, 5 cars covered by the proverbial blanket, and the same story in GT3 for the top 3. And it wasn't until Anna had that spin that kind of broke that top group up a little bit. Well, hopefully we'll be able to overhear. Okay. Actually, we will be wrapping this up fairly quickly and then going to break. So, but what a race. Congratulations. I got to tell you, Gaviglio, I don't know whether he's got his car set up where it needs that early turn in, but it just seems to me that he is fast as he is. And if he started using a little bit more of the track, unless it's something specific to that car, which is possible that car has something inherent in it that requires that. But man, if he opened up his entrances a little bit more and opened up the radius or the arc through the corner, he's fast now. It's scary to think how quick he could be. But nonetheless, one race, 2 phenomenal races within it. That is, man, that's multi-class racing at its best. When you get 2 battles like that where our director's hands and fingers are bloodied and sore now from switching back and forth, that's good racing. All right, and we've got one more race to bring you, so we're going to take a fairly short break, about 25 minutes, and we will be back at 10:55 local, 1:55 Eastern, and we will bring you the final race of the weekend of the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series, the Orange Group, with their 8-lap or 25-minute race. That'll be coming up in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to the staging area for the final race of POC's, that's Porsche Owners Club visit to Spring Mountain Resort and Country Club. It is going to be a phenomenal race coming up, our last race of this wonderful event. It is the Cup Racing. It is the Orange Group that will be coming out on track, the biggest of the groups, and as the biggest single class, which is Boxster Spec Racing, of which we are looking at a number of them right here. And this field is getting ready to set sail. The temperature continues to climb. We started the day at right around freezing. It's now up to almost 53 degrees. But you can see out in the desert where the sun and the low humidity, it is shirt sleeve weather already. And we know some of the other parts of the country are getting pummeled right now, but it is a beautiful Nevada winter desert day here, and we are looking forward to this. Good look at some of the cars that are coming out. This is, that's the 152. Interesting story. It's our lone spec 2.7 class competitor. That's Vivek Hazari. And he's been showing some pretty good form. What sets this apart from the other Boxster spec categories, obviously, is the 2.7 engine and the limited slip differential. There is the hood of John Momeyer, who is not only the current president of the Porsche Owners Club, he's one quick wheelman, to be sure. And he is run up front in we've got 3 races, I should point out, here in the Orange Group. And he has been right at the sharp end. In fact, led a good chunk of the very first race. And but they are coming after him. There's no question about that. And we're looking forward to. There's the 372 of Chris McDuff, and always really, really fast. And have seen him put together some really stout runs. Matter of fact, he finished 4th in both of the preceding races. So he's somebody for sure to keep an eye on. There was a look at the 96 of Carl Vandershoot, one of the fastest cars in GT5. And taking a look right here, yeah, I thought it was. That's the 948 of Phil Town in his 2012 Cayman R. And he has been the guy who's ended up winning overall in this category and in the class both days so far. And that is the Rule 1 investing education machine. You can see the rest of the field there. 372 once again. We have talked about a McDuff. The 227 of Nick Kilnani. He's one of the fast guys. That's the black car with the blue roof. There's the 457. That's Chris Basin, who won in this class, in the Boxster Spec class in the second race, after finishing second in the first race. And Murray Wonderly is right in the mix generally here. Ryan Moore in his beautiful Gulf liveried 917 numbered Boxster Spec. You got to love that little bit of evocative nostalgia for sure. And Alexandra Hayner had a really good run. She qualified 6th in the first race yesterday, but then had a mechanical issue. Came back in the second race and clawed her way up into 14th. But she had been running right up in that top 5 battle. So hopefully we'll see her be able to work her way back into that, because she was putting on a good show. Alan Watts, another driver to keep an eye on, and his beautiful red with white layout. So really looking forward to how this one's going to unfold. We want to say a huge thank you to Drive Skills and Toyo Tires, our 2 primary supporters and sponsors and partners, more importantly, of this group. Let's take a look at our starting lineup to make it official for you. Phil Town on the overall and GT5 pole in his 948. Carl Vandershoot in the GT5 second spot is 96. 216, Espazio Zuras will start 3rd. The number 5 at John Momeyer will start 4th. Starting in the 5th spot, that's our lone GT7 entry, the 713 of Randy Bergram. Then Vivek Hazari, who we talked about in the Spec 2.7 class. On the pole in Spec Boxster, 227, Nick Kilnani with Chris Basin in his 457 alongside. Chris McDuff in the 372 starts 9th. Ryan Moore in the 917 starts 10th. In the 614, Murray Wonderly starts 11th. 69, Matt Hollander starts 12th. Starting in the 13th spot, the 401 of Matt Haitley, and starting in the 14th spot, the 225 of Alan Watts. Then starting in the 15th spot, the 220 of Reto Eberle and the 228 of Larry Haase will start 16th. Starting in the 17th spot, the 409 of Klaus Drayman and the 262 of Jerry Chang starts 18th. Starting in the 19th spot, the 494 of Dominic Ong and the 682 of John Krylo will start 20th. 704, Adam Abrams starts 21st. 184, Brian O'Mara starts 22nd. 209, that's Alex Maslov, will start 23rd. And the number one, Andrew Wyman, will start in the 24th spot. Then the 486 of Greg Scarcello starts 25th. The 727 of Bob Chang starts 26th. 813, Kunal Hinduja will start 27th. Mike Porteous in the 170 starts next up. Starting 29th, the 219 of Enrique Mar. Starting 30th, the 346, Karen Robinson. 834, Alicia Ray will be bringing up the 31st starting spot in the 16th row. That is your field, 31 cars strong, as we are getting ready, and the cars are already making their way out on the pace lap. And again, when conditions are these cool, now keep in mind, you know, it's about 11 o'clock here, and so the sun has finally gotten itself high enough up in the sky where it's getting some pretty direct hit onto this tarmac. So that should be bringing this track temp up a bit, and you can see people in their shirt sleeves, so the ambient, it's feeling a bit warmer, but it's still not quite 50 degrees. So this, again, this pace lap is going to be absolutely crucial to make sure you've got your tires nice and heated. That's critically important. And to make sure your brakes are warm so that when you get the green flag, you can start hustling a little bit. There is the pole sitter, Phil Town. And there is a split start. We get our GT3 cars, which are a bit faster just based on the power to weight ratio than a Boxster spec machine. So they will get a start unto themselves. And then it will be, the next group will be the Boxster spec machines led by Nick Hilnani. All right, here we are down into turn 12. Great overtaking area, but you've got to really make a difference coming out of the area they call Nighthawk, which is a really quick drop into a dip, transition back out of it. Pretty abrupt. Then you've got this much faster sort of swoopy ride through the swells of turns 13, 14, and 15. The fastest run through the swells is the turn 6 and turn 7 area, which is like a long, lazy, really fast S, but you're raising and lowering as you come through. All right, here we go. First start group, GT3 machines. Heading through 17. And now, and watch for an outside move. We've seen it done previously. It could happen again here going into one. It looks like Phil Town got the launch he wanted, and Vandershoot just isn't close enough. Ooh, big outside drift. That's Momeyer trying that outside move. And it's all going to depend on whether he closed the deal before you get to 2. Otherwise, that's going to have that third place car in the right position, and Momeyer can't quite get it done. Boy, he gave it everything he could, and it just wasn't quite enough, so he has to sort of slip back into that 4th spot. And here they come down the hill. Oh, a little bit wide there for Vandershoot for just a moment, but nothing he could do with it. And all of that dicing behind him is a green light for Phil Town to just check out a little bit. And he is doing just that. Here we go. Boy, the Boxster spec class really laying back a bit. Wow. Yeah, they're taking their time coming to this green flag. Here they come, bringing them up. Kilnani brought him up really slowly, but Basin went to the throttle a little bit sooner. Basin, that white car around the outside, he's got the momentum, and he's cleared him. He cleared him before he got to the exit of one. Great move by Basin. And that's got it. He is leading now into turn two. Kilnani thinking about it, but that was more, I think, a defense on that third place car. And then the 217. Having a nice run there, excuse me, the 917 of Ryan Moore sitting there in that fourth spot as they head down now out of through that really treacherous turn 4B exit down into turn 5. And Basin, what an opportunistic move for him at the start. A couple of cars, I think that may have been Alan Watts trying to put a move on Larry Haas there. Somebody dropping a tire, another car dropping a tire. And Watts got through. Nice job. Yep, Watts back into fourth. He'd slipped back a little bit. These two duking it out side by side. And Kilnani is back in attack. Well, these two are still side by side. They have been side by side for a third of a lap. That's pretty impressive stuff. And making it work. And finally, that settles here. Ooh, somebody having a monster off to the right there. They must have got it really wrong under braking. Or thought they were going to clobber somebody and just turned into the dirt. All right, they are back and underway. And again, another car dropping tires here. And why not? You know, this is the last event of the weekend. If you've taken care of your tires, why not? Throw everything at it here, including the kitchen sink, and try and go for a win, your first top 5 maybe, whatever the deal is. Basin and Kilnani have opened up a slight margin here. As they come up, and there they are. Basin, Kilnani, Hollander, 69, Ryan Moore, Wonderly, Chris McDuff, Alan Watts, Draymond, Beto Eberle, and Larry Haas. That's your top 10 right now. And in GT3, in GT5, it is Phil Town with about a 2.2 second lead. That's sizable over Vandershoot and then Aspazia Zuras. But John Momeyer and Aspazia are having one heck of a scrap for that final podium spot. But this is a compelling battle for the lead in Boxster Spec, and it continues to be Basin and Kilnani, and it was Basin just seemed to react just that smidge quicker to the green flag and just went right around the outside into turn 1. Boy, those two are just starting to check out. There's Hollander, then Ryan Moore in that 917. A couple of cars back, there's Alan Watts. All right, there's Watts. Hollander kind of easing away just a little bit, then Moore, Wonderly, and McDuff. That's the 4th, 5th, and 6th place cars in Boxster Spec starting to come together in a nice little battle. There they are. And there's a fair bit of a gap at this stage back to Alan Watts, who's got room there to that green and white Boxster of Buzz Draymond. Here's Hollander, and then there's this trio. And Watts has Draymond and Eberly now quite close. All right. There's that tricky set. Yeah, that's turning into a nice 4-car battle for the final podium spot. There goes Watts. Then Eberly. So the lead duo continues to stretch that margin a little bit. Here comes the rest of the field. Yeah, they've right now, Basin and Kilnani have about 4 seconds on Matt Hollander. But behind him, half a second back is Moore, half second behind him is Wonderly, half a second behind him is McDuff. So that final podium spot is well and truly under contest here. Boy, Vandershoot has taken a full second because it was 1 point or 2.2 last time by. This time it's 1.2. Vandershoot really put together a lap, and it was either Vandershoot found something or Phil Town made a little bit of a mistake, but the battle is on again for the front end here. There they go. And then wait for it, because the battle for third in this class is ridiculously close. But you can see it's a long ways back at this point. There they are. And that is Aspazio Azuris just in front of John Momeyer. By the way, I'm seeing Phil Town start to ease away again. I think maybe he just made a little mistake and let Vandershoot get that close. Although he is hanging with him. Very similar at this stage. Boy. So here we go. This is Phil Town. I'll tell you, Vandershoot is staying right there. And then the battle between Aspazio Azuris and John Momeyer is continuing to stay really tight. Here it is. Ooh, that's Momeyer trying to go around the outside. He may have done it. Problem is now you got to get ready, because the 6 and 7, these fast swoops. And looks like he may have pulled it up, but then he's wide, and Aspazio looks down to the inside through 7. And Momeyer hangs on here as Aspazio, though, not giving him any room at all. Not like he's just driving away here. Here we go, watching him heading toward Nighthawk. Whew. Yeah, keeping it really, really fun here. There's Momeyer. You can see he's just protecting a little bit, just in case Aspazio wants to try and throw it down the inside. Now, looks like John is easing away just a little bit. Yep, he's. So, that battle at the front of the Boxsters remaining pretty fun there. Yep, the white car of Basin and Kilnani. They continue to just draw away from the field, but no matter what Basin does, keep in mind, Kilnani was the pole qualifier, so you know he's fast. It wasn't by much, mind you. It'll being 1 in a spec category, Boxster spec, and 2. Basin is also a very stout driver. Good enough that he was able to win the second race on the day yesterday. And Basin, you can see him protecting. And Kilnani, if he can just keep Basin doing that, that tightens Basin's entry into the turn, which in turn puts more load onto the tires. And if he can get Basin to kind of overheat those tires by driving really protective, Kilnani might be able to do something. Now, For the rest of the field, they're 7 seconds back. Here they come. It's Matt Hollander right there, Ryan Moore, Murray Wonderly in that all-red machine, and Chris McDuff chasing them. There they go down the front straight. Margin between Basin and Kilnani at the line was just under half a second. Oh, look at this attempt here. That is Wonderly taking a look at Moore for that fourth spot here. Wonderly went inside or went outside. Now he's inside. He had to eat that curb. I mean, he got up on those gators, as they call them. Oh, is this for the lead down into? He's there, but Kilnani can't get it slowed, and Basin just grinding along the side. Yeah, that was brave by Basin for sure, but I think he sensed that Kilnani, got there, couldn't get it slowed down, but hadn't gone in so fast he was going to go off the track. And by Basin, see, and that's a lesson for everybody, by Basin staying around the outside when Kilnani got in that hot, for Kilnani to make that turn, his angle was much tighter, right, at the exit, because he wanted his car to exit where Basin was, so he had to tighten up the exit of the turn. What does that do? Tightens up your radius, and you have to wait to be able to go to throttle until you can unwind the wheels. Meanwhile, this amazing battle, Wonderly still attacking on Moore here. And that is for the fourth spot. And boy, Moore just barely hanging on. Wonderly throwing everything at him, and that's brought Chris McDuff right onto the back. Oh, and here we go. Wonderly late dive down, straight line to the apex, but got it woed down. That was beautiful. Straight line to the apex, put himself clearly in front of Moore, and as soon as he saw Moore react, then he knew I could just accelerate out of the turn. That was textbook. But you can see there, Basin again, really shallowing his entry into corners. And these guys coming up, getting the flag for 2 to go. There's your leaders. Boy, they got good battles everywhere here. Those two are, that lead battle is stout in Boxster Spec. And Wonderly, boy, once he got through, he is just checked out. Ooh, Kilnani really aggressive on turn in. All right, let's watch this as we're looking for our GT3 guys, or GT5 guys. And yeah, you can see that car with the big wing and the car right behind him with the wing. Those are your 2 leaders at GT3 working traffic. There's Phil and Wonderly getting held up Vanderschut getting held up just a little bit. Ooh, look at that. Had a car struggling over there. I wonder, I hate to say it, but that color looks like it could have been Wonderly. So there are the overall leaders just flashed through. Milltown and Vanderschut now, boy, by getting trapped behind those 2 Boxsters, he has lost almost 3 seconds. He's now 4 seconds back. And Momeyer continues to, he's hanging on to that third and final podium spot over Aspasia. So nice job there. So that GT5 battle has kind of eased. But I think that Boxster Spec battle at the front is still phenomenal. There they are, the 2 leaders, Basin and Kilnani. Then here's your next group. Hollander and Wonderly. I'll tell you, Wonderly, once he got clear of Moore, he has just been flying. All right, and our Boxster spec machines. Leaders coming up to get the white flag, 1 to go, and Wonderly is on the attack. He wants third. And Hollander has got a mirror full of bright red. There they are. It's that close in the battle for third. Ooh, that's the 372 of Chris McDuff, who was running quite nice. I think in 6th or 7th. Oh, there it is. Wonderly trying to open up his radius for the entry and get after him here. Side by side down into 5. This time it's Wonderly on the outside, but overshoots again. That's too bad. Sorry about that, guys. That was Kilnani, not Wonderly. That got really wide there. Here's Wonderly working the outside of Hollander. Oh, so close. It's going to be fascinating to see where they are as they head up into turn 7 here. 6 and 7. And Wonderly closes the deal, gets it done. So, all right, here we go. And checker flag out for Milltown, winning overall and in GT5. But going back to our battles here, that's Wonderly who got through now on Hollander. So Wonderly is actually third. McDuff had pulled off, but I don't think Ryan Moore is close enough to try anything. Meanwhile, look at this. This is it. Last time through the best overtaking spot. And Kilnani not able to do anything there. Here's that battle behind them. And I'll tell you what, Hollander has not gone quietly. Wonderly, big defensive move to the inside. Hollander trying to square up, get the better run out. Meanwhile, there go our leaders. No change there. Looking in the background, Wonderly has eased away a little bit from Hollander. Ooh, boy, I'll tell you, Basin, huge defense. This is another moment here. Does he have the run through 18? Looks like he does. And Basin may have done just enough, and does. Wins in Boxster spec. Let's see what happens in that battle for the final podium spot. Looked like Wonderly was able to ease away just a little bit, and he did. There he is. But Hollander, man, he did not go quietly here. And then Ryan Moore comes home in the next in the 5th spot. So that was, as usual, some pretty entertaining stuff. Basin over Kilnani, Wonderly, Hollander, and Ryan Moore, your top 5 in Boxster spec. And you know, folks, and I got to confirm this, did we get, while they were in traffic, I show that maybe Vandershoot got through on Phil Town for the win. I don't think that's right. This, Oh, wait, hold on. That's me. That is a classic case of operator error, folks. My bad. It is Phil Town, Vandershoot, Momeyer, and Zuras. You know, we're getting word that that may not have been the finish as we were told. We're seeing some cars are still doing some serious racing here. At least the drivers sure think so, because they are hustling it big time. And once again, there's Basin and Kilnani. And they not pitting. So checker flag flies. So Gilltown, Vanderschut, yep, nothing has changed unless it happens here somewhere. The only issue I'm having, folks, as I'm trying to sort through the scoring is I don't know how Chris McDuff could be fifth when we had his car parked at the side of the road for quite a while. No. But nonetheless, what a great battle between Basin and Kilnani. And Kilnani, man, he tried everything he could, didn't he, down in turn number 12, just fighting like crazy. Murray Wonderly, his car certainly came good in the latter third of that race as he just worked his way around Ryan Moore and then got around Hollander and ended up on the podium. So fabulous job there. So cars still coming around and completing their race. Those that haven't seen the checker. Once again, just so I don't forget, I want to make sure and say a huge thank you to Drive Skills and Toyo Tires for their partnership in presenting this orange group in the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series. We surely appreciate it. Just enjoying the sounds of Porsche Flat Sixes bouncing off of the mountainsides here. So that is going to conclude our coverage here from Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club in Pahrump, Nevada for the Porsche Owners Club. What a wonderful weekend of competition. Really, really great fun indeed. And again, I got to give a huge shout out to my director, Dustin Allis, who has just been superb all weekend long in cutting these races. Multi-class racing is always a challenge for the director, and he nailed it. So great job. And of course, on site, our on-site producer is Ryan West, and we might as well call him Mr. Hustle because he's a one-man band, plays a lot of instruments for these events. So huge thank you. Next broadcast for Porsche Owners Club here on DriversEye Live will be coming from the wonderful Buttonwillow Raceway, another great track, and that will be March 7th and 8th. So we hope you will all join us for that event as well. Should be wonderful. And once again, just a huge thank you to everybody at Porsche Owners Club, all of the competitors, all the crews, and of course to all the corner workers and other volunteers that work the pit and the grid and all of that. We say a huge thank you to you, and we hope all of you will join us again in March. We'll see you then.